Hello, everyone. Welcome to Magical Monday Marathon Sprints. I'm Shannon, writing under the pen name of S.C. Huston, and the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers and now A Curse of Wings and Gems, which is a Kickstarter that has ended. But while I'm still fulfilling the Kickstarter over the next couple months, and late pledges have been enabled, which means you can go still and get some of the items. Not all of them are available, but they all are also marked up. And I just followed the recommendations by the Kickstarter platform on how to mark those up. But it's still there if anyone wants to get it. The book will not be on retailer platforms until after I have fulfilled the Kickstarter, and I will actually release it on my website first before going to retailer platforms. That's what I did with my first book in the series. And I appreciated that because I got some sales through my website, which I get a bigger commission, or not commission, what's it called? Bigger percentage, bigger cut. What do they call that? There's a name for it. It's a Monday. I get a bigger, my profit is bigger than it is on Amazon because Amazon takes, like 30% more? I don't know what it takes. Anyways, it's bigger on my website. So yes, I'm also the author of the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of this stream today is to do marathon sprints. It's 1 hour long sprints, and we'll go for a few hours, roughly, when I start at 8, usually around 6 hours. Yeah, roughly 6 hours. And I do spend the time of the sprint focusing on my task because focus issues. But in our breaks, I will love to catch up with everyone, love to know what you guys are working on, celebrate any successes that we have. And I am now up to 13% of my yearly award goal. I'm actually kind of happy. I actually did not log any of my words into my spreadsheet. I log everything manually into my journal, and I write like what project I'm working on, how long I spend on it in minutes, and then how many words I get. And I do 4 different processes. I do brainstorming, drafting, revising, and editing. I'm also now logging how much time I'm spending doing my audiobooks and how many words I'm completing, but I'm not putting that into my writing spreadsheet. I just want to know how much time I'm spending and how long it takes me to get so many words done. So that'll be some interesting data at the end of the year. So, but yeah, I went up 2%, which I was happy with. I'm still not where I need to be if I'm going to hit my yearly goal, 700,000 words. So yeah, I was having this conversation with Martin yesterday where I was like, I don't know if I'm going to hit my 700,000 word goal for the year. Because when I'm looking to the future of this year and what's going to happen, the Kickstarter fulfillment takes a lot of time. Hold on, my cat. Oh yeah, my cat has been a pain. Loki. So I guess is what you get for calling a cat Loki. He got up on my desk yesterday and up onto my computer tower where I kept some treats and knocked it over. And yeah. And the treats were like everywhere. The other 2 cats were happy. He was too. But now he keeps coming back to the same spot. And I'm like, cat, you need to learn. No, not going to do it again. But anyways, but what was I saying? Oh, Lord. See, focus issues. Oh, the Kickstarter is going to take, I think it's going to take a couple months to probably fulfill everything. Longer if the publishing and distribution companies, I'm only using one company. But printing for the artwork. And I only have one more really artwork that I have to do. Once I get it back from the artist. But that can take time depending if the companies are having issues, which happened to me on my last Kickstarter. But anyways, yeah. So now the cats are playing. I don't know if y'all can hear, probably not, because my microphone's pretty good, but they're playing. Anyways, distraction by kitty cats today. Yeah. Okay. So heading into the future, right? Kickstarter over the next couple months. We're heading into the AuthorTube Writing Conference, busiest season. I get a little bit of a break, some breathing room in May, just for like a couple weeks where I'm not really having to actively do anything. And then June, it's very busy. And I figure it's going to be around June by the time I'm finishing up my Kickstarter fulfillment, maybe July. But by July, my brain is mush because of the AuthorTube Writing Conference. So I have August through October, basically, is when I can really get in here and get a lot of writing done. Because I can get a lot of writing done if I'm spending time writing. But so that's 3 months. And I say August through October because November, I am going to Author Nation. It's a week-long conference. And, prepping for that and packing bags. And the conference itself is like a week long. And then I'm going to get there a day early. and probably leave the day after. So anyways, I'm probably not going to get a lot of writing done in November. I'll get some. And then December, I take off the last 2 weeks of the year. So I only have 2 weeks. So really I have 3 months to get writing done. And I was telling Martin this, he was like, oh, well, if you can write 6,000 words a day, then you'll hit your goal if in those 3 months. I'm like, I think my max is 3,000. Do you guys have a max? I mean, I don't know exactly what it is, but I feel like just looking at my writing habits over the last couple of years, because I've been tracking everything for a few years now. This is my 3rd year that I'm tracking stuff. I can consistently hit around 3,000 words a day without burnout. Now, I can hit a whole lot more in a day, but if I do, typically the next few days, I'm not getting much or anything done when it comes to writing, because I've kind of burnt out a little bit on writing. So my comfortable level, I think, is right around 3,000 words. So I was like, yeah, I can't do that. So I was like, okay, so I have to get these other words done in all these other months. And I figured it out, and it was 325,000 words I need to get done in all the other months outside of August through October in order to hit my goal. Well, we'll see. And that, to be honest, hitting my word count goal is like my number one goal out of everything. I mean, I do have the AuthorTube Writing Conference. I love what it stands for, but, and I won't let it fall through. That's not going to happen. But if I don't hit my word goal at the end of the year, I know I will be sad because I put time and effort into other things I wish I wasn't doing. But again, like I said, I'm already setting up myself, and it's going to take roughly a year or so for me to get into a position where I'm not going to have all these other parts of the author business I've had. At least I will not have the same responsibilities, so I can spend more time writing. Anyways, that was a lot. Yeah, but I will be starting off working on some of my writing today. So as part of my Kickstarter, it wasn't the last goal, which is what I said in the last update I did. It was the goal before that one, where it was the artwork. But so the last goal that we hit was the what happens next. And actually, while I was writing the story, A Curse of Wings and Gems, I noted down 6 side characters with very strong motivations for other things that they were doing. And when they left the story, they had things that they were doing, which was going to have an impact on the sequel series. So I was like, I could do a short story for all of these, be like, what happened next with any of these characters? And so the one that called to me the most was what happens next with the sun god, because I know that he would go confront the sea witch. And I've been writing that story in my head for almost a year. It's been a long time. I've been writing that story. So I ended up I drafted the whole thing. I brainstormed and drafted it on the weekend. And I think it's around 5,000 words, which is kind of cool that I was able to keep it short, because the last time I did a short story for my Kickstarter, I ended up calling it my not short story because it ended up at 72,000 words. So, and I was like, I'm not doing that this time. I'm not writing a 72,000 word short story. And I did name it too. It's called Forsaken by Sun and Sea. And I really, really love it. And it has a total of 3 scenes. And the 3rd scene is the one I've been writing in my head for a while. So the other 2 scenes I've kind of developed over the last week. So I was excited. Well, actually, no, the first scene, I developed it as part of a different story in my head. And then I decided to take part of it and put it into this one. The 2nd scene was all brand new. I had not really been thinking about it until just this week. It's 5,059 words. But after I finished writing it, and I got done like at 12:30 last night, I could not sleep, y'all. I got like 2 hours of sleep because I had to get up for the gym at 5. And yeah, I didn't go to sleep until after 3 because I was sitting there thinking, oh, I could do this. I need to add this part. I need to put that part in there. I should add this. I should refine this idea. So anyways, all of those thoughts I had until 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to be working on this morning. So, and then I've got some admin stuff I need to do. I have podcasts and AWC admin stuff I need to get done. And then Weaver came in. Hello, how's it going? We'll be doing some cleaning, organizing my desk, and editing today. Is that like in the order of how you're going to do those things? Just wondering. I find it hard that if I do not start my day with writing, sometimes it's very difficult for me to get into writing. Not always true, because not true for yesterday, sort of, I guess. Hi. I got Thor over here, so he's okay. I know if Loki was here, he'd be trying to get back to those treats. Loki is looking at me from across the room like, really? You're letting my brother be there, but I'm not allowed to be there? And we're like, I know you're the one that knocked them all down. Because as soon as I let them in the office, he went right to where where one of the cats had, because I didn't see who knocked the treats down. I assumed it was Loki though, because I know him. If y'all did, I think I told the story, and some people may have heard this, but for those who don't know, I used to keep them in my room with me at night, and I put them in the bathroom because I'm a light sleeper. So if they get on the bed, it wake me up. But I put them in the bathroom, and it's a pretty big bathroom, and they had their cat tree and toys and everything. And then one day, Loki figured out how to turn on the lights, and so it's on, off, on, off, on, off, all night. He kept turning the lights on and off. He was playing, I think. So then I built up like this wall around the light switch so he couldn't get to it. He still figured out a way to get to it. On, off, the whole night. The next night I said, okay, y'all, I'm not staying in my room no more. And so then I made them comfy in the laundry room, which is not quite as big as my bathroom, but they still have a huge cat tree in there and toys and water and everything they need to be happy. But except for they want to be with us. They'd be happier with that. But anyways, well, how did I get on that topic? Oh, it's because Thor came over here. Yeah. So yesterday I was on Natalie Locke's channel. I don't think I have it on my homepage for YouTube anymore. I had it this morning and I took it off. I did add it to one of my playlists that's called Videos I'm In or something like that. But I don't think that playlist is like anywhere on my channel. But I was on Natalie Locke's channel to do flash fiction. Her and Chandra have been doing flash fiction for many years now. They used to do it like every Saturday, but then their work schedule got too busy. So now they do it once a month. And they had asked me and Laura Nettles a while ago if we want to come on Sunday to do flash fiction with them with an Irish theme. And I was excited about that because my first trilogy is Irish, Clash of Goddesses. And I did lots and lots of research. I did research for almost 2 years, even learned a little bit of Old Irish. A lot of that information is now flown out of my head, but I could read some of it back then. And I really loved the Irish lore. And so oh gosh, hold on. Thor's got one of my hair ties. Where did you get that from, buddy? Oh. He will eat this thing and then he ends up, I had to throw it away anyways, but that's okay. I don't want him to eat it because then that makes his bowels terrible and he bleeds. So yes, no, you cannot eat that, buddy. Oh Lord. You guys got toys everywhere. Maybe I need to get some new toys. Probably what I need to do. Because I think cats do get bored with toys. So I need to get them some new ones. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So we started with that. And so flash fiction, it was a romance, Irish. And I wrote a short story, 550 words, flash fiction piece. I'm going to share that with my newsletter. So if any of y'all are here on my newsletter, you will get it on the 4th when I send it out in April. Or you can go watch the stream. You can see it. I think it was pretty good. And it's interesting how it's exactly 550 words because I get factor of 5 numbers like all the time. So, and then, hey, Shannon, let me know if it's spelling wrong. And you didn't, you spelled it exactly right, which I'm so happy. I mean, I'm not gonna be upset if you do it with 2 N's or any other way, but it feels nice, when someone gets your name right. So, which I always feel a little bit bad when I say someone's name wrong because I know how I feel. Oh, that's me. I don't need to say that. Vanessa's also sprinting on the next hour if anyone wants to go over and support. It feels like a never-ending mountain. And yes, always. Adega, hello, good morning. I think we talked for a second about if you wanted to come on the podcast for the book, and you said that you might be interested. So I went to go email you, but you don't have like an email anywhere for me to email you. At least I couldn't find it on your channel. So I don't know if you are interested, which don't let me push you into it. If you just said that just to be nice, that's okay. Because, sometimes it's better to, it feels better to do that than to let someone down. But if you want to reach out to me, my email address is on my YouTube channel, but totally up to you. You don't have to. Nice. Congrats on the workout. Yeah, I was so happy. Thank you. I got a lot of it yesterday. Besides the 550 words. Oh, that's what I was saying. Usually if I don't start off with writing, I can't do writing later in the day. But I did the writing. That was on Natalie's channel. But then we had a podcast episode that we recorded. And then I went right back into writing, working on that short story. So sometimes it works. But I think I was really excited to write the story because I think I had finally figured out how exactly I wanted all the scenes to go. But what was I saying? Yeah, I wrote over 5,000 words yesterday. I don't even know what it is. So yeah, my final drafting was just over 3,000 words, and drafted before that was like 1,350. See, factor of 5, and then 482,096, And then I have brainstorming words in there, which are close to 1,000 words. So I don't know how many words I wrote yesterday, but that looks like it's probably close to 10,000, actually, not 5,000. Just yesterday, which is the most I've written in a long while. Adri, hello. Good morning, folks. Happy Monday. Thank you. Bonnie, hello. It's nice to see you. Lurking and liking. I appreciate it. At a push, I can manage 6K to 7K a day, but I couldn't do it long term, maybe a week or two. I couldn't even do it that long. No. Yeah. I've had some 5K days, but once I get over that my brain starts turning to mush. My first draft of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, I wrote it in one weekend, and it was during the WWW Worldwide Write-a-thon, which they rebranded to Storyteller's Hearth, and that was June of 2022. Because 2023 June was when the Kickstarter went, and I did, and it was all verbal vomit, right? So I can't type fast. 18,000 words on the first day. And I thought, oh, wow, if I can get 18,000 words on the second day, I might have like half the book done or something. I don't know if I really thought that would be half the book, because it ended up being 141,000 words at the end. But so the next day I was ready to go for the next day of the write-a-thon, and I hit like that 5,000, and that was a struggle. And I did not write for weeks afterward. I was so burnt out. Yeah. It's like you have to have your chocolate fix, but then you binge on it, and then you're like, okay, I can't stand chocolate for a while. This is what it's like for me. Like, I love chocolate. I love writing. But if I do too much of it, then I have to take a break. My word counts can't work for me. I write when my head isn't screaming at me, or I can move my arms. I totally understand that. And I know word counts do not work for everyone. And why does it work for me? I think maybe because I have a number thing. I just have a thing that's numbers. That's probably why it works for me. Yeah. Happy St. Patrick's. Thank you, Bonnie. I appreciate that. Martin, I was just talking about you. Afternoon. How are you doing? I ended up getting a lot of words yesterday. I was up to 12:30 finishing that short story. So, because he was talking about how he had a very productive writing weekend. And I was like, yeah, I've not written anything except for these 550 words for this flash fiction. And we talked for a little while, and I was like, okay, I need to go work on this short story. And I wrote a lot, quite a bit. I should figure it out. I don't know what that is, but I'm on 1,581 words so far, hoping to double that. Fingers crossed. I hope you get there. All right. I think I have talked enough. We're almost 20 minutes in. We need to do our first sprint, and we've got to the end of the comments, and I talked a whole lot. And we'll do the first sprint if I can find the right tab. Too many tabs. All right. See you guys on the other side of an hour in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. All right, that's time on the first sprint. How did you do? I edited my short story. I shared the title, didn't I? Yeah. Forsaken by Sun and Sea is what I decided to go with. And I added 226 words. I'm sure I deleted a lot too. See, oh yeah, I'm at 4,989 words in the short story, and it was almost 5,100. So I've deleted quite a bit, but I don't know exactly how much. But I do know that I'm going to go back through here and do some other stuff. Add a few more things. I'm kind of just cleaning up the language right now because I do have a lot of passive indicators. Usually not too terrible with that, but yeah. Right, let's see where we left off with the chat. Let's hear what Martin's saying I'm on 1581 words so far, hoping to double that by the end of the day. That would be awesome. Adri says, I'm working on the last of the outline for my next novella. I got a bunch of feedback back from my alpha reader on my novel this weekend, but that's going to have to wait. I understand that because I had a novella and the novel going through beta and alpha readers pretty much at the same time. There was a little bit of no overlapping, but there was some overlap for sure. And the novella, I was like, okay, I will get to that later. I did finally get to it, but I've been thinking about it since. I think I'm going to change some stuff. Yeah, but how do you feel when you get your feedback? I know some people feel a bit anxious about it, like when they get feedback from alpha and beta readers or just anybody who's reading their work and going to give them some notes, even if it's just editing. I'm always like, I feel excited by it. I've always felt that way until the last one that I got back. Like, I felt excited when I opened it, but then seeing what the reader wrote, I'm like, now, like, what do they call that? Trigger shy or something. Like the next time I probably have to get feedback, I'm probably going to be hesitant to open it. I don't know. I know we shouldn't let that bother us, but yeah, a little bit. Bonnie said, have a great day. On to homeschool mom life and maybe some private writing time for me. That would be nice. Degas says, sent you my author email via your webpage. That works too. Wonder if you have a webpage, if I should have found it. I probably should have found it. You wouldn't have to go through all that. That will be on my list of the admin things to do when I get done with editing this short story. I'm like, good morning, all. You're right on time, Devin. Thank you for coming. And this is a longer day of sprinting. Heather stopped in. Good morning, everyone. And happy St. Patrick's Day. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Rita stopped in as well. Good Monday. Happy St. Patty's. Hit the gym with the hubs and got a quick reel out. Oh, and of course, coffee. Yeah, I'm on my second cup of coffee. I think I might have to have 3, though, because I slept a little less than 2 hours. It's a sunspring break. Mine, too. Also, the hubbies, as he took the week off. So, of course, I still have my PJs on while attempting to work. They just left for an errand. Oh, so precious quiet. Yes, right? Yeah, my husband and I, we switch off every other year doing something with the kiddo. And this year is my husband's year. So last year, I took him to Panama City. And he loves museums and anything science related. So we went to quite a few different places in Panama City. So my husband took the kiddo to Virginia, which is where my husband's family lives, and also where our oldest son is currently stationed. So they were able to meet up for dinner last night. I think they got lunch today, and then my oldest kiddo has to leave out the next day. So tomorrow, for the last course he needs to take in his medical. I don't remember what it's called. So he's in the military, but he was picked up for green to gold. But he had to have so many courses done in order to get accepted into, I don't remember the name of the college. Was it University of West Florida? I think it's University of West Florida. It's near us. So, and I don't know if he'll be at home with us or if he'll live in the campus. But so he's doing that. So he's finishing. He's about to go to his last course that he needs in order to go into it. And he's in the medical field. His MOS, I don't know what the number is, but he was a combat medic. So he's got all the rappelling, all of that stuff. He's done all of that already. So hello, Raven. How's it going? Andrew says, I have now changed one character's name so many times I can't remember what it is from one. Oh no. Thank goodness for a series encyclopedia. Yes. Yes. Yes to that. I cannot, I mean, especially for those of us who write anything in which we're making up a world, you know, whether fantasy or science fiction or whatever it is, if you're making up an entire world, having a, you know, some type of encyclopedia or World Bible is very helpful. Yes. And I've been using Obsidian now for a few months. I think I've been using it since January. So that would be a few months. Or maybe it's a couple. I don't know. Whatever. So anytime I have like a new place I name, or a new character, or a new object, or new magic, or whatever, I open it right away and I just plop everything in there. So that way I have it. It's Obsidian's like your own personal wiki pages, and you can have things that are linked, which is really cool. I feel that I'm struggling finding a name to keep one of my characters too, and the filler name is not available to keep. Names, such a pain sometimes. You said the filler name is not available to keep. Why is that? Is it like because you used it already? I know for my first book, I had named the main female character Jennifer, but with a G and an I. And it was because it meant something like white snow or something like that, which I was trying to find names that meant like winter or snow or white or rain or sleet or, you know, anything along these lines because of their magical backgrounds and the season of winter that they belong to. And so I went with that. And the more I wrote, the more I was like, this name does not fit her at all. And it was very, you know, Jennifer is like a really common name in contemporary times. And so I was like, I need something else. So I ended up changing it. But I was like on the third or fourth draft when I finally decided, okay, I'm going to change this. But once I did change it, it took me a while to remember that Jennifer was the name I chose initially. Because I was like, I came across some writing in a notebook a couple weeks ago because I was trying to find a certain notebook and I couldn't find it. And so I was going through all my notebooks and I was like, Jennifer, what's Jennifer? Who's Jennifer? What is this? And I had to read it. And I was like, it was a scene that I didn't even end up using in the book. And then I was like, oh, that's right. That was the name I chose for her. Now I'm not forgetting it because I came across it again. But yeah, they really are. That sounded like my grandma's kitchen timer. Well, at least I got your attention, right? Laundry done, dinner in, got a bit sidetracked and did other random stuff, but now working on my planner and dedicating task blocks for writing time. I have tried to do like blocking, like I did that a couple years ago when I tried it. It was like my first year before. Oh, okay, it was a year before I started tracking my writing. So 2023, 2024, 2025. So 2023 was the first year I started tracking my writing. In 2022, I was trying to do task blocking, and I realized that my mind does not work well that way. I wish it did because I could get a lot done, and I can force myself to do that, which I did most of last week. And every day I ended up with a headache because I was constantly refocusing. Like, okay, this hour I'm working on AWC emails for this particular task. This next hour I'm working on podcasts, editing for this episode. Okay, next hour I'm working. And so I was like trying to task block, and I accomplished things, but I had a headache like every day last week from doing that. I work better like focusing on one task for a long period of time. But, yeah, I'm glad it works for you. Beta reader, alpha reader. Yeah, so I think alpha reader is like, it comes before beta reader. I can't remember how I explained it, but I have like a Google form that I send out to my newsletter whenever I'm looking for readers. And I put all of them on there. Usually I put the alpha reader, beta reader, typo buster team, arc reader. I think I used to put street team on there, but not anymore. But yeah, and then I explain each one. So alpha and beta reader, right? Your draft is not complete, right? It's probably needing something more. There might be plot holes, or maybe you need something more added, something more described, or whatever. That, you know, it's still, you're looking to refine the story more. So alpha reader would be the very initial stages of that. So you get that feedback from your readers, you revise, do your drafting, you know, revise your draft, whatever it is that you do. I do a whole new draft when I revise. And then you send it back out again to a new group of readers, and that would be your beta readers. And now I have, eventually I'm just going to call them my Omega readers, but right now I'm calling them my Omega readers, because I have some readers who have finished all the books in my world who want to read whatever it is I'm writing next. And I'm like, well, I've got the third book. I've got some written in the third book, but it's like so rough draft that like I have so many placeholders, like brackets, like put a name here, or figure out a simile that works better for this, or, and, so I have lots of brackets with placeholder stuff, and lots of names I've just made up. Like Zane is the name of my main male character. And I was just revising one of the chapters last week, and I like another character in the chapter that I couldn't come up with a name at that time. And so his name was Cain. So Zane and Cain. And I left notes on the chapter for my readers just saying, yep, I couldn't think of anything else. So I know it's the names are similar, but I will be changing his name. But it's kind of cool because the readers who are reading that work, they're giving me ideas for my placeholders are for me to figure out what I'm going to do with it later. But they've been giving me ideas like, oh, maybe you could do a simile like this, or what about a name that means this? Because they know that my names mean something. That's why I don't just choose a name, because I purposely try to figure out like a name that has meaning that's specific to the character. So it makes it hard for me to just come up with names. But yeah, so now I have Omega readers. I was definitely anxious and waited for a while before opening the file. I think that's going to be me the next time. Like my Omega readers, no problem. I know they're going to like what I'm writing because they like what I'm writing, I guess. So I don't have an issue reading their stuff. And if they ever do have something that is critical in any way, they're so wonderful about how they, verbalize it, the way they word it. So they're really good because I can tell they're invested in the writing, in the story. So a fellow non-sleeper and insomniac. Yes. It's because I know, okay, two things, right? I wrote a lot yesterday. I still haven't added it up. I think it's close to 10,000 words is what I wrote yesterday, which is the most I've written in like 3 weeks. Like I had that Saturday, I did a 12-hour marathon. That's when I was editing this third book. And I think I did like 3,000 words that day. But I did like 10,000 words between brainstorming and drafting, the 10,000 words, or somewhere around there. I'll have to figure it out. But I was so wired, and I got done at 12:30 in the morning, and I was like, okay, now I got to come up with a name. And I did use ChatGPT to like brainstorm ideas. I was like, okay, here's all the names of my books and my stories. So looking at my pattern, and here's my short story. What names would you suggest? And then I went through several different rounds, and I ended up like picking, like the only word I really liked out of what it had was forsaken or forsake or something. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go with something with that. And then there was something that was like fire and sun. And I was like, how about sun? No, sorry, fire and sea. And I was like, oh, I want sun and sea. And so then I came up with forsaken by sun and sea. Forsaken by sun and sea. Yeah. But I just kind of melded together a couple different things that it suggested. But that took like another half hour of me just going through and writing out different ideas, because I would write it down to see what the words would look like together to figure out what called to me the most. And then it was 1:00, and I still had to like wash my face, brush my teeth, I don't make my bed in the mornings. It's weird. My husband likes to make the bed in the morning. I make mine at night, and then I get into bed. So I had to make my bed and whatnot. And so that's always like another 30 minutes. And then, so I was in bed, and I was like thinking about my story still. And I was like, I could not stop myself. I couldn't turn off my story, thinking about what else I can do with it. But the other second thing is, I don't know if anybody else, I've been tracking this. I like tracking things, I guess. When it's around a full moon, I sleep less. I don't know why. I just sleep less. I can be in bed, but I'm sleeping less. It's happened now. I've been tracking it for about 4 months. So it's only 4 full moons, really. But that I had wondered, I was like, why does it seem like it's like a monthly thing that I can't sleep for a night? I'm like up the whole night. And I've done it. In the last 2 months, there have been 2 nights where I just didn't sleep. I was in bed and I couldn't sleep, and I just got up and just started working. So I don't know if anyone else has that. Finally finished the Nutcracker inspiration short story yesterday. Oh, cool. So is this going to be like a Christmas story that you're going to get out later? If anyone's interested in reading, let me know. What sleep? Is that something I need? It's funny. I would love to read it, Devin. I think I've got time this week. But when would you need it? Or are you looking for feedback? And when would you need it by? What sleep? Is that something I need? LOL. Hey, Tiffany, how's it going? I hope all is well with you. Oh my gosh, I was a compact medic years ago. Okay, yeah, that's what he's doing. He's a compact medic. Just so weird for him. Okay, because this was my kid at 5 years old. He came to me, and I had just gotten out of the military. And he said, Mom, I'm not going to be a police officer. I'm not going to be a firefighter. I'm not going to go in the military. And I was like, why? You know, he's only 5 years old saying all this to me. He was like, because I don't want to die. And I'm like, okay. I thought about it for a little while. And then I said, well, you know, you could die in almost any profession. I mean, the chances are much lower. I was like, so you shouldn't let any of that stop you if that's something you really want to do. I don't think he really understood what I was saying, though, at that time. But maybe it's sunk in. Because when he decided he was going to go to the military, my husband and I, we both pushed him toward Air Force. Because if anyone has been in the military, you know the Air Force have the best accommodations. They get the best, especially like when we were deployed, they always had the pods and we would be in tents. And they'd have air conditioning, and our air conditioner was constantly broken. And then you get a per diem every day. And I think we got like, I don't remember, $5 or $7 a day for per diem. And they got $15 a day per diem for being out there in a combat zone. And their deployment was only 3 months with the option to go to 6 months, which many of them did. Well, that unit, it was military police, or not military police. What is it in the Air Force? I don't remember. They told me, but I don't remember now. But it's police in the Air Force. And so they stayed up to 6 months, and some of them could go longer, and some chose to stay longer. But us, we were out there, no choices for a year. We had to be there for a year. So we tried to push him to Air Force, and he was like, no, I need something that's going to physically challenge me. And I was like, well, if you want something physically challenging, then you go to the Marines. He was like, no, not doing that either. So he ended up going Army, which is what both my husband and I were. So, morning, Tiffany, says Raven. Deidre, hello. How are you doing? Raven, morning from Tiffany. The filler name is a common one. Okay, got you. And I do that too. I use Lily as kind of like my filler name in a lot of times. And that, I think that's because it was my very first character in my debut novel. It was not my first story I ever wrote, but it was my main character in my debut novel is Lily. And I do a lot of stuff with flowers in my stories. There's always flowers. And tip for anyone who likes, getting like behind the scenes, like Easter eggs, that my first series, Irish series, right, is 3 sisters, Lily, Marigold, and Rose. And in all the stories that, or all the books I'm writing now, so not every story, but in all the books I'm writing now, and I try in some of the stories, I am including at least one of those flowers in the story. So in A Curse of Scales and Feathers, it's a rose, which it is inspired by Beauty and the Beast, which, a rose was the kickoff for Beauty basically going to Beast's castle. And so there's a rose. And then in the second book, there's several different lilies mentioned, like even like Edmar's ship, because he has a ship, is called the Silver Lily. So, and then in the third book that I'm writing now, my assassin protagonist, female character, likes to grow flowers, and her favorite flower is the fire marigold. She's a fire fae. So, and then she is given a cat, and the cat doesn't have a name. So and it's all black with like these golden eyes. And so she calls the cat Marigold, and it's a female cat. And the cat seems to like it. So she calls her Marigold. So yeah, so the little tidbit, little thing that I do, I try to put some of that in there. I also put lilies into the Florist Budding Desire. I don't know if I did that with Sunstone, the Hybrid Prince. It was too long ago since I wrote that. I don't know if I put anything in there. So, but yeah. Anyways, going back to the names, I had to change a few right before publishing The Witch's Crystal. Fazuni, did I say that right? And the other one, I don't think I've ever heard, or I haven't gotten the spelling from you, changed because Akatar was huge. Oh, that was the name from Akatar. I don't remember that name. Same, to be honest. Me, 2 p.m. Must write. Also me does something else instead. MC's name is currently Briar. Oh, like Briar Rose. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm going to change it to. I think of Briar Rose. Isn't that from Sleeping Beauty? Nope. Sleeping Beauty. No. Yeah, Sleeping Beauty. Wait, did I say Sleeping Beauty earlier? I meant Beauty and the Beast if I said Sleeping Beauty. So yeah, Sleeping Beauty, Briar Rose. Part 2. Derek's surname was Arundel. I changed to Whitlock because of a couple beta readers said they had let it go from from Frozen stuck in their heads. Arundel was the country. But don't you have a couple of A names too? I'm thinking, I don't remember. I'm thinking you had a few A names. Yeah. 10K in one day. Yeah, but it's not typing. It's dictation. And then when I'm brainstorming, I mean, it seriously looks like verbal vomit because I'm just saying, here's my idea. This is the first scene. I think I want to have 3 scenes. I think the first scene should be this. The second scene is going to be this. The third scene. I'm actually telling you what I did when I did my verbal brainstorming. I was like, okay, let's break it down into scene 1. In scene 1, the setting is going to be this, but I'm not really sure if it should have this in it. And then the 2 characters in the scene are going to be this person and this person. And the description of these characters is this, but I'm writing from third person perspective of this character. So we're really not going to really, he's not going to say what color his eyes are. So that's not really important. So that's how like my brainstorming goes. And then I take my brainstorming and clean it up and put it into a document. And then I put it aside. And then I go back and I start drafting, but also verbal vomiting. And if I feel like I missed something, then I'll go back to my verbal vomiting brainstorming and look to see what did I miss. And if I want to add it in or whatnot. Yeah. So I can do a lot of words when I'm, sorry, my older cat's like pacing. I don't know what's going on with her. It's not usual for her to pace, but yeah, she's just pacing back and forth. I don't know what she's doing. Okay. I'll check her out here in a second. Yeah, so I can write a lot. It's just getting the time to do it. Hi, everyone. How's it going? Just popping in. Hopefully get some work done today. Hello, Olive. How are you doing? Joanne, nice to meet you, says Joanne to Olive. What are you working on today? And then Joanne says, hello to everyone. How are you all? What are you working on today? JK, hello. I'm looking for feedback. It's less than 4K words, fairy tale, fantasy, romance, and there's a dragon. Yes, I'll take it. I mean, you should just start it with dragon, and then the rest would have just been womp womp paw, because I would have taken it at dragon. You could die anyway, kid. Well, yes, that was in reference to me talking about my oldest kiddo, and he said that he didn't want to be in a profession that he would die. I'm relaxing for a bit before the dreaded chores. I understand that. Okay, my cat finally got up on the bed. Okay. I think she's going to be okay. Nice to meet you too, Joanne. And I'm just getting some work done for my day job just now. There's a reason we called them the Chair Force. Yes, for the Air Force. I read Dragon. Where? That's Devin's story. The Toy Maker's Curse is available for beta readers here. Thank you. Morning, Joanne. Heather says, I'm having series planning session while they're gone. Worked in my reading journal, tracking my reading, then my writing planner, more tracking, now onto the bullet journal. I really like doing the tracking. How do you track your reading? I'm just tracking my reading by writing down what I've read. And I just do it every few days because I read a couple books. Let's see. With my last tracking, I was at 54 books, but I'm pretty sure I've completed at least 2, if not 3 books since that. And I did that on Friday. So I read a lot and I read fast. Yeah, so I'd be interested in how you track your reading. I requested your story, Devin. Yay. Hello, Joanne from Weaver. I hope your kitty's okay. I hope she's got the zoomies or something equally. Yeah, she doesn't really get the zoomies anymore. She's kind of older. Yeah, I don't see her ever get the zoomies anymore. How old is she? She was born in November of 2008. That's 3 years, 2017. Am I right? She was 2008. 2028 would be 20 years. Minus 3 would be 17 years. So she can be 17 years old this year. Wow. Gosh, she is getting old. But I know she doesn't get the zoomies. When she just stands there, her left leg trembles like all the time. I think she's in pain a lot, but cats don't show that they're in pain. And the doctor gave me medicine for her, but she kept throwing it up. And I tried to change the dosage, and because my older cat had similar things, and I would just change the dosage, and I would give him 2 days on and 3 days off, and 2 days on, 3 days off, and he could handle that, and that worked better. But I couldn't figure out a schedule for her. It didn't matter when I gave it to her; she always threw it up. So the doctor said there wasn't anything else they could do. Mentioning Dragon should have been first, right? Oh my, she's an old baby. Yeah, she is older, kind of ornery. I think that's the last one, last comment. Okay, yeah, that's the last comment. It looks like here on the back end that there's another comment, but I can't scroll down, but that's the last comment. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and get into another hour. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, we'll get started in 60 minutes on the clock in 3, 2, 1, go back. Okay, and that is time on that sprint. How did you do? Sorry, I was trying to count up my last words here that I just wrote. And I'm doing this in autocrit, so I don't know how to get it to show me, like, when I'm just adding words, if I highlight the words, how many words it is. So I'm sitting here, like, counting them up. So, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. 14. Okay. If I add that in, that gives me 183 words added that time in my edits. All right, let's see how you guys did. I did go over and request Devin's story. And I mentioned it in the chat. Hopefully she saw it. Okay, let's see where we left off. I don't think I marked it. I thought I did. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh my, she's an old baby. And we were talking about my kitty, Luna, who's going to be 17 this year. Yeah, she finally did get up on the bed. And I have like it's a foot warmer that I like to have on the bed. And it's low heat. And I put it under several blankets. And I put that up there for her. And she's laying on top of that. So I got you, Idri. Thank you. And that was from Idri, I think, saying that she signed up for the story as well. Heather says, I'm trying something different with a specific strategy. So this is for the reading tracking, I believe. I guess it didn't work in my HB90 bullet journal. I think I will be more aware of how many books I'm actually reading, I hope. It didn't. I guess it didn't work. So it didn't work in your bullet journal. So what are you using now? Are you just writing it down? I'm just writing it down. I have my what's this, planner, right? Planner with week by week. And at the back, there's like lots of lined pages with nothing else on them. So that's where I'm just writing down every book that I'm writing. And Olive, how's it going from Joanne? Raven, Devin, good morning. How are you both? Weaver says, okay, gotta head out. Take my mom grocery shopping. Have a good rest of your day, everyone. Thanks for the sprints. Thank you so much for being here. I think I missed you. Yeah, that was a little while ago, but I appreciate you being here. Oh, request accepted. How to run out with the hubs to get his CAC card repaired. Oh, that reminds me, my card's almost expired. Not that I have a CAC card, but just the regular military ID. I have been listening to a podcast by an editor friend and watched a Heart Breathing's HB90 bootcamp video for a bit. Now to shower and work on a client edit. Was the podcast good? I mean, feel free to drop the link if you think that it would be beneficial for everyone. I would love to check it out. Carla, hello, good morning. Book 2 is up, and I'm working on book 3 of the Bear Shifters. Did I get a notification? Because I know I'm following you on Amazon. No, why did I go there? I don't know why I went there. I have kind of checked my account today. John, know that my Kickstarter is still up, right? So it has late pledges. It has gone up another couple $100. It is amazing. I was not expecting it at all to really move. Did it give me? Oh, I've got a lot of notifications. You're probably in here. Wow. Yeah, you're probably in here. Okay. Devin says, here I am, stuck up past an ID on base without my laptop. Oh no. Past an ID without my laptop. What do you need your laptop for? Well, I don't know if you're still there. Stuck at past an ID on base without my laptop, and you're there to help your hubs get his CAP card repaired. Oh, for some reason, I'm thinking it has something to do like you're there without your laptop, which is going to hinder you at past an ID. I think what you mean, I took it totally a different route there. My brain went in a different direction. I think what you're trying to tell me is that you're stuck there without your laptop to get work done. That makes a whole lot more sense. No, that's so frustrating. See, Idri got it. I swear my brain doesn't think right sometimes. Morning, Eva. How are you doing? Wow, I heard that bell from another room and came running out because I thought one of my dogs had found something they should. Oh, they found a fairy. No, because that was a fairy video. That would be something. There's a story to write. Happy St. Gertrude's Day, patroness of cats and gardeners, my kind of saint. I've never heard of that before, but thank you for introducing me to something new. I've never heard of it. Gertrude. Where does it originate from? Just curious. Patroness of cats. I'll take cats. Can't really do gardens anymore. Plants don't like me. Used to be I just couldn't get plants to grow. I touch them and they die, even succulent plants. And now if I touch them, I break out in a really itchy rash. I finished my outline. Woohoo! Congrats, Idri. So excited to start the full draft now. Time to get ready for work and clean up the house now, though. I mean, you got some stuff done for your writing, so I bet that feels good. Doesn't mean you might be able to get to your beta reader feedback in a little bit. Probably not today, huh? I put it up yesterday, so it should have pinged you. Oh, okay. And I didn't go in my inbox yesterday. But I have a ton. I'm sure it's in here. A ton of notifications. I got distracted. Sorry, y'all. St. Gertrude of Nivelles. Huh. I just named a character, Nivelle, without the S. I don't remember what it means, but I just pick it specifically for the meaning. And she's a character who has already passed, but has a huge influence on my male protagonist in my third book that I'm writing. Nivelle. I like that. I'm home for a minute. I'm going to go copy and paste this St. Gertrude of Nivelles because I'm going to do probably a deep dive on it a little bit later. I mean, it has to do with cats. And I like the idea of Nivelle. That's really close to my character name. 7th century abbess in Belgium. Learn something new. I like learning things, so. I don't know when I'm going to get working on my feedback, honestly. It's a big project, and I want to hire a proof editor, which is a lot of money. So it's kind of back burner until I can sort that. Yes. Yeah, getting a proof editor is quite expensive. It's part of the reason why I changed my publishing process a little bit, because I did pay for editor on my first series. And it was expensive, although she wasn't like the most expensive out there. She's actually Sarah Cannon's editor. I found her through one of Sarah Cannon's videos, and from what I understand, Sarah Cannon still uses her. And I really like the work she did, but that's what really put me in the hole with money wise. I have not figured it out since last year, but I was $4,000 in the hole. I'm chipping it away because I'm not paying for promotions anymore on it. I'm doing free promos, but not paying for advertisement on promos. And so I'm still making money off the series. Not a lot though. So I'm going to be like 80 before it's paid off. But yeah, the 4,000, like 2,500 of it was all editing costs. It's really expensive. And those were my shortest books altogether. So like my longest one was 117,000 words. And my first book in this new series is 141. The next one's 196. So yeah, I had to come up with a different plan because I couldn't keep going in the hole. I have to run back out to check on my French chickens. Sounds like fun. Hopefully you're able to, I don't know if you just checked on them to feed them maybe or whatnot. Yeah, that's fun. Novellas I can manage by supporting them with my day job. Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, that's where I do the trade in kind now. I've talked about it before. I don't know if you've been here when I've talked about it. You might have been. But my girlfriend from college, we both graduated with our masters in writing, and she wanted to go right into publishing, self-publishing. We graduated in 2013. I think she published in 2015. But she'd gotten close to another gal in our program who was traditionally published actually in romance. And the other gal wanted to go off into fantasy romance, which is what Genessa was writing, except it wasn't called fantasy romance back then. It was just fantasy. Or they called it YA fantasy is what they called it. So they decided to trade in kind where they edited each other's books. And then Genessa stopped writing when she had a kiddo. And now she's getting back into it. And I was just about to ask her if she wanted to trade in kind with me, because I know that I asked her if she was still in touch and doing the trading kind with the other author. And she brought it up. And I was like, yes, I'll do it. So I have that. I also have the Typo Buster team that I put together. It's a very, my first book, I had quite a few on the Typo Buster team. What did I have? I don't remember now. I think it was 10 or just under 10 people on the Typo Buster team, with 8 finishing, I think. But this time I only had 4 who finished. There was 2 who got close to finishing, and both of them reached out to me, tell me that things had happened and interfered, which I totally understand. They're doing it of their own free time. Although with my Typo Buster team, I do a drawing. So whoever finishes puts into the drawing to win one of $25 gift card to Amazon. And since only 4 finished, I offered a $10 gift card to the other 2. One claimed it. The other one never responded to me. And of the 2 $25 gift cards, one claimed it, and the other one told me to put it toward my book costs. And I was like, okay. So I ended up only paying $35 out. But I was willing, I was going to be at $70. And the way I look at it, it's like, $70, whole lot less than paying hundreds of dollars, $1,000 or more. I mean, of course, you're not getting the professional edit, but I also put it through AutoCrit and Pro Writing Aid, those 2. I also use the words function with spelling and grammar. And then I also put it into Google, because Google, for some reason, finds different words when it comes to grammar versus Word. They find different things they'll point out. Not always right, of course. You have to review it, but it's interesting what it points out. I also like the idea of a cat celebration. Yes, me too. Can I make a cat green so the kiddo can fit in at school, but also celebrate a better day than St. Patty's Day? LOL. Professional, sorry. Oh, did I say it right? I might have said it wrong. Oh, professional editor. Oh, I was thinking proofreading editor. That's what you meant, was professional editor. Yeah. I mean, there are proofreaders. The one I used was Faith. What was her last name? Atwaters. I think it was or maybe that was the name of her company, was Atwaters. But she had one that was just proofreading, and then one that was it line copy editing and proofreading? And I went with that one, which was a little more expensive. So maybe I could have done like one step down and just done proofreading through her instead of doing the copy editing, and that would have saved some money that way. But I just had to do something different if I was going to continue publishing. And where did I leave off? Was it here? She was like most saints of that time, born to a wealthy family in an arranged marriage, ends up founding a convent monastery, and becomes a mystic. Seems to be the MO of most of the female saints I really adore. I love watching your journey. I hope you get it paid off way before 80. Yeah, that would be nice. I think it would be paid off from, I would say it would be paid off from my other series, but if I'm technically looking at what I'm making from the series and how much it's returning on itself, yeah, I don't see that happening anytime soon. I love that you're finding alternative ways to still publish a high quality book. Definitely something I need to work on, pivoting when one thing doesn't work. Yeah. I had to really think about it, because I'm not going to stop writing, but I was like, I might have to stop publishing unless I could figure out something that to make it work. And so far it seems to be okay. There's still things missed. So there was a few things that was missing in A Curse of Scales and Feathers, which I found when I was doing the audiobook. And then now I had just done Blood of the Lily audiobook. None of them are out because I'm just recording and I'm not editing anything yet. And Blood of the Lily was really good. I think there was like one thing the editor missed, like one word. But in Soul of a Rose, and I'm on Soul of a Rose right now, I'm a little over halfway through, and she missed quite a lot. But I think it was mostly my fault because with book 1 and book 3, because Soul of a Rose was book 2, with book 1 and book 3, I had extra time to spend on them to do my own proofreading. So what I sent her was, pretty close to clean copies, other than just some of the minor things I would miss. But Soul of a Rose, I did not get a chance to clean up that copy myself. And so what I sent her was pretty bad. So if an editor has a lot to clean up, they're going to miss things. And I always figured, and I remember that when I was incorporating her notes, I was picking up things that she missed. And I remember thinking, wow, she missed a lot, which I didn't pick up anything on Blood of the Lily when I was just incorporating her notes. And now doing the audiobook and picking up even more, I was like, yeah, I kind of did myself a disservice by not proofreading my own work as much as possible before sending it to her. I did a better job on the 3rd book after that. And yeah, and I'm still in Soul of a Rose, so I don't know if there was anything missed on that one yet. As a part-time, rarely open developmental editor, I don't know how copy editors charge less. copy line edits take way longer than dev edits take me. Well, I think they're kind of like two different skill sets. That would be my thought, because I don't think Faith does developmental edits. Maybe she does. Or it could be different because that was years ago. My last book was published in 2022 on that series. So her business could have grown since then. Anyways, clarity. I agree. Editors are pricey. I cannot afford editors for my work yet. Yeah, it's very hard. Andy, hi. How's it going? Hi, yeah. Hit the like button. Saying hi from it. I forgot to ask you. Did you came on the podcast yesterday for us to do the episode? I never even asked you if you were tuning in from your laptop if it got fixed or if you were using your cell phone. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask. All right, I got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get into another hour sprint. Plodding along here, he says. For those who have to leave out before we get back, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, get the right tab pulled up. We'll get going on 60 minutes. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I spent the first half of it finishing up the editing through autocrit on the story. I added another 40 words. And then I was checking all of the autocrit's features with like analyzing the story and the pacing. And then, yeah, I've done that before on my other works. And I don't think it works very well. It still does not work very well. Like, for instance, like in the very first scene, it's between the sun god and a female. And she has two different names, but her pronouns are her and she. And for some reason, it kept wanting to say he. And then in the next scene, it's the sun god faces off with his brother. But it kept saying that the female from the first scene, which it kept saying labeling as a he, was facing off against his brother, not the sun god. And I'm like, what? And you can refresh it. And I kept refreshing it and still wouldn't get it right. It just kept going back to the same thing. And I'm like, okay, this doesn't work too well. But I read through all the stuff it had there, which took quite a bit of time. And I was just getting ready to go in and make some revision notes for myself, based on a few things that I had thought of when I was laying in bed for a few hours, trying to, still thinking about this book or this story, not getting sleep as I should have. But all right, left off with Andy saying plodding along here. Carla says, hey, how's it going? How are you doing today? Hey, very meh. I mean, Monday, right? How are you? Nia, hello, welcome. Nia, I only just figured out cover templates, so I'm adjusting all my covers. Oh, like from the KDP? What did you use before? Or did you use like, what was it called? The one that KDP had? I don't remember what it was called. It just went out, like they stopped using it. Kindle Create, I think is what it was. Maybe I don't have the right name. I caved and took a nap. I feel like I need to do that after only getting a couple hours of sleep. But I want to try and get some more done in this story. Hi, Andy, says Nia. Thanks for the sprints. See you all later. All right. Thank you so much for being here, Idri. For anyone else who's still here, we're going to do one more. That would take us to a little after 1 o'clock. Maybe we'll just do one more. We'll do one more sprint. Carla says, writing now, and we'll work on my fictionary story coach certification homework when I finish up this act. How's that going? Like, I know you were working on it last week, right? How much longer do you have? Or is it kind of like work on your own? And I know some people who have gone through the course. I've never asked them questions. Martin says 3,172. Is that double what you wanted to do? I feel like it's just under double. I have to go like way back. Yeah, I don't know what. It's way too far back where you said you wanted to do for today. But I took out trash, ignored hangry stomach, glared angrily at the dishes. Yeah, sounds like a rough, like angry morning or whatever time it is for you there. Except for the trash part, that seems okay. That's pretty neutral. But hangry stomach and glaring angrily. I'm trying to get the dishes to do themselves. My husband does the dishes mostly. But since I'm the only one here, I'm doing all the dishes. It's okay. Finished chapter 5 of the book. Time to get to the buildup of sexy time. It's fun to write romance. Yes. I have a sexy time scene in my short story, but it's not romance. I mean, it's from the book A Curse of Wings and Gems. It's like a what happened next deal with the sun god, and he faces off with his brother, but then he faces off sort of, not really. It's not really much of a face off. I thought I was going to be more of a face off, but when I wrote it, it didn't come out that way. But I really liked how it came out. When his last scene is with the sea witch. So, and since they didn't really have much of a face off, I had to figure out, well, how does everything collapse in her lair? Because that's what's said in the epilogue, where it says that something along the lines of that there was an explosion of magic or something. But yeah. Oh, Smexy Builds. Just realized I was at one of the Dropkick Murphy shows that's on live on Lands Down album. Oh. Dropkick Murphy shows. I don't know who that is. Which probably means is why I don't know why Lands Down what that is either. Yeah. It's close enough to double. Is that like music? I'm figuring that's music. It's this album. What kind of music is it? Well, congrats for getting close to double, Martin. Y'all, I'm tired. I kind of keep my focus straight here. It's a 6-week class with a lot of self-study modules and working on a full manuscript. Like you have to write one, or I'm assuming you're like editing one using the Fictionary, what you're learning from Fictionary, right? That's what I would guess. Hey, Cool Gamer, how's it going? Then you have to submit a recommendation letter with your development notes. Okay, so that's what it is. You're going through like a full manuscript and working on it. As far as like figuring out what needs to be fixed. It's a big class, but well worth it. Thanks for the stream. Well, thanks for being here. I still do have another sprint left. So anyone who's still here, don't feel like just because everyone's saying thanks that it is the end, because it's not the end yet. I don't have sexy time, but I did just write a meet cute. I mean, there you go. I feel like too that my sexy time in this short story is pretty tame. Not that I get real wild in mine, but it's pretty tame compared to what I have in A Curse of Wings and Gems. And in the Sunstone and Hybrid Prince. If you like Dropkick Murphy, look up a band called The Levelers. So is this something that's over in the UK? I don't know either one. I think the Fictionary certification course would have been cool if that had been around when I was a writing coach. But at this point, I only have like so much time. Even if I wanted to do it, I don't have the time. Martin, I love the Tossers and Flatfoot 56 along with the classic bands. Y'all, I still don't have no idea what you're talking about, but yeah, must be over in the UK, possibly. Tossers and Flatfoot 56. Is that two different bands or one band? Flatfoot 56. I'm assuming Flatfoot 56 is one name. You can't call a band the Tossers. I'm so offended. Is it what I said? A lot of, I don't know how you say that, and flogging Molly on today. Oh, Lord. This is like yesterday, Martin, when he was saying how he uses some replacement names for when he's doing dictation, because obviously sci-fi and fantasy names are kind of weird and dictation doesn't always pick it up. And he had some name that started with a W and an A, and I was like, Wally. And he's like, no, that's an insult over here in the UK. I'm like, why? And he says, you're such a Wally or something like that, the phrase. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. What? A Celtic band out of Chicago. Oh. That's cool. I know of the band Chicago. That's a really old band. What? A Celtic band. I don't know any Celtic bands. When I was writing Irish mythology, I listened to a lot of Celtic music, but I don't think I've ever I don't think I've ever followed one, but saying that, I have this memory of one that I really liked, but I don't remember what the name was. And I listened to everything that they did, but I don't remember who it was. Tossers are out of Chicago as well, and a tosser is a rude term for a loser in UK speak. The Tossers are out of Chicago as well. Don't Google tosser, whatever you do. Not a loser. No? It's a rude term for a loser. Not a loser. I was being played. You can't tell me not to go research something. So is the Tossers the name of the band? I'm assuming it is, if it's at Chicago. But if it means something negative, did they do it on purpose? Because of, like, they have roots in the UK? Or they just want to use something from the UK? Okay. Okay. So I don't need to look it up. That's okay. I need to do a deep dive on St. Gertrude of Nivelles, however you say that. That's Belgium, but I wonder if that's French. And if it would be pronounced differently than how I'm saying it. My mother once looked at my son's Flogging Molly shirt. Do you know Flogging Molly sounds familiar? But I couldn't tell you anything about it. And asked what it was, and he said it was where her Irish music met his Irish music in a happy, drunken place. Oh, I love that. That's pretty. Like, how old was he? It's pretty good. What the freak am I trying to say? I don't know. Pretty good comeback? No, it's not comeback. Pretty good way of stating it. Flogging Molly. Is Molly in this case supposed to be like, isn't that another name for weed? Right? But maybe it means something else in this case. He was 17 at the time. What? Pretty good grasp of language. I didn't really talk a whole lot when I was that age. I remember thinking that my dad, he was really funny, and I had no idea how to be funny. I still don't know how to be funny. I did buy some books on how to write funny, but still not, I can't write funny. So I've had readers say, oh, this part was funny. And I'll have to go like look at it to see what I did to make it funny. And usually I can't figure it out. So she was all about the Irish rovers and chieftains. I raised my son on punk. So the Celtic punk stuff is our Irish music. Carla, were you there yesterday when we did the Irish flash fiction on Natalie's channel? I don't think I saw you there. There wasn't many people. I know Devin was there. But we did, so Natalie Locke and Chandra Arthur, they do flash fiction once a month, and they've decided to do some themes recently because they've been doing this for a couple of years. They used to do it every Saturday, actually, but their lives have gotten busier, and so now they do it once a month on Sundays. And it's 10 a.m. Eastern is when they do it, I think, most of the time. And so this time was Irish, and they had reached out to me and Laura Nettles to see if we wanted to come on and do flash fiction with them. So that was really fun. Molly is another name for an MDMA drug, a really bad one. Oh, okay, so not weed. I missed it. Yeah, let me see if I can grab that link. It was fun. And I wrote my flash fiction. So they have 4 different prompts, and both of them have co-wrote 2 books of prompts, basically, they're traditionally published. And I think the one that they pulled from yesterday was romance. Anyway, so it was romance and Irish. And they have, like, what they usually do is they pick out 10 words, and you have the prompt, and then you have to get all 10 words into the short story flash fiction within 30 minutes. And they picked out 5, and they told me and Laura, is like, can you come up with 5 more that's Irish related? Because it was like, I think the ones they picked was like weary, tilt, bind. That's 3. I don't remember the other 2. But yeah, it was fun. My short story came out 550 words, and I think it's complete as is. I wouldn't add any more at this point. But I decided to do it with funny, because in my short story that I was doing today, which is for what happened next for my Kickstarter, the very first scene is between the sun god and the first, like, vampire, and she calls herself a vampire. And so that was already in my head. So I put Arbitok as one of the words, which was a vampire, dwarf vampire, basically, or something along those lines, in Irish legends. And I also put the Slua. So, and then Lament, Keen. And Laura added the Doulahan. And so we had to try and get all these words in there. It was lots of fun. Let's see if I can find it. And then, we get 30 minutes to write it. And we each had a different prompt and we got to choose. I think mine was like one like you know a secret about, or they know a secret about their romance partner or something along those lines. Natalie Locke. And next month they asked us to come back. There it is. Irish lore theme. Next month they asked us to come back, and they're doing what are they doing? It's gonna be on April what? April 20th, and it's Tricksters. And so, of course, I was thinking like leprechauns and the puka. But all right, I got the video. Find the right tab. What was that? Irish. So it's Flash Fiction Live. Flash Fiction Live. Irish lore. Or something like that. So there's the link. We had fun. And there's 30 minutes built in there for us to be writing. And then we come back, and then we don't read our own. Someone else reads our story. But yeah, it was fun. Back again. Hello, Devin. And there's that link in case if you want to watch it. But yeah, should be fun next month for Tricksters. I don't know if I'll actually do leprechaun or puka or whatever. But I'll have to think about it, because I think they're opening it up, to like tricksters of all kinds. I'd love to find something that isn't well known. But that's the trouble I ran into when I wrote my Irish mythology, because I was told that Fae was like the what do they call that? That was trending. Okay. So Fae were trending. And I was like, okay, so this is when I was trying to figure out what to write for my debut novel to break into publishing. And I have a story of my heart, but I figure I'm going to wait to write that. And well, I've written a lot of it already, but to release it until I feel like I'm a better writer, which probably I'll be 100 or something. But gosh, Lord, where's my brain going? I lost my train of thought. Time to get my Kickstarter socials up. Off to Canva I go. Nice. Because your Kickstarter, you want to drop your link to your Kickstarter? Because that's coming up in about a month, right? What was I thinking? What was I saying? Irish. Oh, the Fae, yes. So I decided to research Fae to find out more about it, because I didn't read anything with Fae in it. I read fantasy, but most of my stuff was like epic fantasy that didn't really have Fae. Not at that time. And so I researched it, and that's when I found out that the Irish mythological cycle was like the basis for all Fae. And I thought, ooh, I want to do Irish mythology, not realizing that here I am trying to do something different that no one's done before. Or, I mean, some people have, but, something that most people are not going to know, and not realizing that, yes, it's not going to have a place on the shelf to be recognized. There's Greek mythology and Norse mythology, but there's no genre for Irish mythology, like on Amazon. So my Kickstarter starts April 2nd. Why was I thinking it was a month? Thank you. There it is. The Jasden duology. Can't wait to I've read parts of the first one, but I didn't get very far. Randomness, kind of. I read your announcement about your Kickstarter thing, and it said that if I wanted to get other things too, I had another chance to. Yeah. So, and this is rather new. I think it happened just right before I did my Kickstarter, this one, where the platform is now enabled late pledges. So I turned on the late pledges. It's like a toggle you have to do for each individual item. And you choose, when it should start or whatnot. And it tells you like you should add 10% to the price. So you up the price. So some of the things are still available, but the price has gone up. I just took their recommendations, except for I think there's one thing I didn't do, like the signature for any ebook. I could be wrong. I think there was one thing that was $1 that I just left at $1. But everything else, I took its recommendation for what price it should go at. So there are still things available at a higher price. It just depends on what you're looking for. So, hold on. I'm pulling it up. Because there are some things that are in this Kickstarter that will not be available on retailer platforms. More specifically, the books, like these specific books. So I'm trying to see if I can get to like the stuff. Yeah, I think some of these I didn't really add a whole lot. So like the first tier was $1, now it's $2. But yeah, no. And you're still getting it cheaper actually, because the first tier is one of those 2 novellas, and one of them is not published yet, but the one that is published is usually $2.99. Now there are sales that happen on that one occasionally. But the other one is not published yet, and when I publish it, that'll also be $2.99, and that one I will not be running any sales to. Although I'm thinking about putting it into Kindle Unlimited. So, because I don't have any books in Kindle Unlimited at this time. So that's still cheaper. Getting it $2 is still like almost $1 cheaper. And then like the ebook package was $10. And that was with the novella and the ebook and some digital stuff. And now it's $11. But regardless, like this, so the novellas are as they are. They're not going to be much different, other than there'll be color. In like the chapter headers are in color, versus on retailer platforms they're not in color. But like A Curse of Wings and Gems, the ebook will be in color and have all of the artwork in the book, versus when it does go onto retailer platforms later, it is not going to have those things. It'll still have the chapter headers, but they'll be gray. And for those who have published, you may know this already, but like on Amazon, and Draft to Digital doesn't do this, but on Amazon, when you upload your file, they charge a delivery fee of your ebook to the person who buys it, right? The delivery fee is based on the size of your ebook. And so if you have color work in your ebook, that file size is going to be higher. And this can be, I think the minimum, I don't know what the minimum is. I think it's 16 cents, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's 11 cents. I have different figures going in my head. But when I didn't know and I didn't pay attention to this, when I first started publishing, like to deliver my first ebook for Blood of the Lily, it was almost $1. So I was losing all that money. And I realized, oh, okay, I've got to make my file smaller and without color. And actually that didn't have any color, but it had stuff in there that was bloating the file size. So that's part of the reason that like here the ebooks will have like the color and additional artwork, where when I put it on Amazon, it's not going to have a lot of those things. So I can save on the file size. So I'm not paying too much money for delivery, especially when your book is only like $3.99, because Blood of the Lily was only $3.99. And I lost almost $1 for file delivery. Plus Amazon would take their 70% cut first before taking off that almost $1. So I was making like less than $1 on my ebook by the time all of it was said and done. And now I make more than that. So, because I realized that you have to be careful of your file size. So I'm wondering if it's just new pledges or if I can add to my pledge. Oh, I don't know. I mean, if you're willing to try, I'd love to know so I could tell someone else that's the case. I wonder if you can add more stuff to it. Yeah. I mean, there is one thing that's not available, and that's the story mail, the Faded Adventure story mail, just because I want that to run as a cohort. And so, I mean, technically, I guess I could still do it, but it's not there. I already changed it, so I don't think I can change it now, because I haven't sent out anything, because I have to wait 2 weeks for everything to go through. Actually, yeah. I wouldn't want to, because I don't know if it's like 2 weeks. Like if you pledge something new today, do I have to wait 2 weeks after that pledge to get that money? Because Kickstarter waits 2 weeks before it disperses your funds. And I think that's because they want to make sure that it clears. And then it comes to us, the creators. And then, of course, it has to clear our bank as well. So that could be anywhere from a few days to a couple more weeks, depending on what bank you have. Mine is a few days, or it was anyways a couple years ago when I did this. So I'm assuming it's going to be similar. So as soon as the funds clear, then that's when fulfillment will kick in, and I'll start fulfilling what I can and getting books ordered and whatnot, and delivering the digital stuff. Except for A Curse of Wings and Gems, we are waiting on that new artwork. that we hit that stretch goal. He said the 22nd, but I should have checked it. Fiverr. He's on Fiverr. Nope, I don't have anything back yet. Because he said the 22nd for the line art for the Sea Witch for the coloring page. Same day. So this the one date for all three things: the line art for Sea Witch, the new artwork for Emmy and Edmar, and the line art for the new artwork for Emmy and Edmar. So 2 coloring pages and an illustration. And he's already delivered the line art for the Sea Witch. So I keep checking to see if the other one's coming in sooner. But as soon as that comes in, then I can order a proof copy of the book. But for those who have, well, everybody basically except for the first tier, unless they add it as an add-on, we'll have the ebook, and then I can get the ebook out as soon as that 2 weeks is up, as if I have the artwork already. There's my Kickstarter. Devin, your covers look, don't they? They're beautiful. I am going to get the full set when it's well, if you got it on your Kickstarter, I'll get all 3 of them. You are offering the Witch's Crystal, right, on your Kickstarter? Thank you. Good luck, Devin. Thanks so much. Wait, Amazon takes 70%, but you did all work. Did I mess that up? Did they take 30% and I get 70%? Y'all, I'm messing things up, I think. I can't remember. I paid attention to this stuff when I first started, but now I rarely. Okay, so all in fairness, right? The last time I uploaded a book to Amazon was January of last year. So it's been over a year. And I checked my royalty. Man, royalty was a word I was looking for over the weekend. I check my royalty reports like once every couple months now. I really do not pay attention to my sales, which for those like Martin, he's known me since basically I've been on YouTube, and I was very like on top of all of it. Every month I did a video. I talked about how many books I sold of each one, whether ebook, paperback, and if I had multiple, and I had multiple books after some time of publishing. So I did it for every book, how many books I sold, what I spent for marketing, what was my overall deficit, because I was a deficit. I had over 4,000. I was like at almost $4,200 deficit when I first started. Well, when I finished my trilogy, I was about like $4,200 deficit. So then I was showing how I was like taking down. Some months it went back up again because I paid more for marketing than what I got in sales. And I did this for like almost 2 years. And I think it kind of burned me out, to be honest. And knowing too, I think the other part of that, the burnout, was because of the fact that I saw that even though my series sells, it's not a lot. So it's going to be forever before that deficit comes down. And I was just so bummed out by it that I don't keep up with it like I should. Yeah, Amazon. Yep. Is it 70%? They take 70%? We get 30%? Or they get 30%? We get 70%. I probably misspoke. I don't know. So yeah. You know what? I have my audiobook for the Sunstone and the Hybrid Prince through Find a Way Voices. I do not like that every month they give me an email that says, your royalty report is ready. I'm like, can you not just do that only when there's actually something on the royalty report? Because most months I don't have any sales for my audiobook. I think my last sale for my audiobook was December. Yeah. Actually, I had sold a full version of it. I say full, but when a library checks out your audiobook, you don't get as much money for it or something. I don't know. You're supposed to get more money for it somehow, but I always end up getting less. So I get like a few cents when a library checks out the audiobook. They take 70% if it's below a certain price. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Oh, that's when it's below $2.99, right? Yes, Witch's Crystal will be part of the Kickstarter. Yay. I mean, I have the ebook. Yeah, I have the ebook, but I want to get all the paperbacks. I priced my books at $2.99 so I can get 70. Yeah, there it goes. 70, and they get 30%. But if it were a 99-cent book, those numbers were reversed. That's probably what I'm thinking of, because I did drop down. Oh, I probably still have it dropped down. One of my books is 99 cents still. Or did I fix it? I think end of last year I had one of my books at 99 cents. It was Blood of the Lily. Yeah, I'll research it later. And then I probably won't. I'm saying that and I probably won't because I have a lot of other things I'm going to do. They take 70% of $1, but 30% of $3. Huh? What's their logic? I think it's their way to get you to not stick with low prices for long, because they'll make more money if you have a higher price. Even though it seems like it'd be less, because 30%, they would make more money if it's a higher price book. I'm glad you get better numbers, though, but Amazon is odd. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and then if you're in Kindle Unlimited, you can take advantage of their once every 90 days promotion, where you can put your book at 99 cents and you still get the full amount that you would get if it was at $2.99, which is the 70%, because I couldn't remember that. So, and so that makes it nice. But if you're in Kindle Unlimited, your ebook, it cannot be anywhere else. That's the only thing I'm thinking about putting, with having the Florist Budding Desire. If I put that into Kindle Unlimited, when I do another Kickstarter, I won't be able to offer the ebook, which is only an ebook, which means I'd have to pull it out of Kindle Unlimited. But maybe that's a good time for me to just like leave it, because I think it's gonna be at least a year, at least, before my next Kickstarter. So, all right, let's do one more sprint. I think I talked long enough. My focus keeps going. But yeah, anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 60 minutes on the clock. And 3, 2, 1, good luck. And then it's time on the last sprint. How did you do? I did just a tad bit more editing and added. What did I add? I don't know what I added. 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't add anything. So I did some more editing without adding anything. And then I went into brainstorming. So I looked at like what kind of themes. I don't know how themes work for you guys. Like, do you ever have like a theme in mind when you're writing? You're like, okay, I'm going to write and this is the theme I'm trying to hit. I did try to do that for my first book in this series, but I found it so difficult to do that I thought, I'm not doing that again. And I still find themes in my work later after I'm finished writing it. So I went through and I kind of picked up on a couple different themes, but there's one that I really liked. And it really was what tied, because the short story has 3 different scenes. And of course, you have the same main perspective, but he's talking to different people in each scene. And it's this theme that ties all the scenes together. But it's not, you can't really see that in the text right now. So I had to figure out how to make that better. How to draw that out just a bit more. So I had to just a bunch of brainstorming, which when I do brainstorming, I can get a lot done. It was dictation, but I started with like what do my readers know at this point? What do I know of the backstories of all these people? So the main character and the 3 people that he talks to in each of the 3 scenes. What's driving them in their motivations? And how would that lead to them responding, which would reinforce the theme? Or what would his internal monologue be to reinforce the theme? Or what would the dialogue be to reinforce the theme, with it all making sense? And so just during that brainstorming was 1923 words. Yeah. So left off here with, I'm glad you get better numbers though, but Amazon is odd. Yeah. I mean, most retailers is pretty similar as far as the royalty rate. I couldn't begin to tell you what the differences are. Again, that's something I knew at one point. I was thinking about this too when we first went off on our sprint. Like, why am I not really looking at my sales and whatnot anymore? And it's not just because, I got burnt out with doing it every month and with a series that doesn't really sell, because it sells, but it doesn't have a market really. I think it actually comes down to a couple of different things. One is retailer platforms are not where I want to concentrate anymore. And I've known that for well over a year. I've known that for almost 2 years. The minute I decided I want to do Kickstarter, that's where I'm concentrating. And it's not just like I'm concentrating just on Kickstarter. Kickstarter represents direct sales and more reader involvement, engagement. When someone buys your book through a retailer, you don't know who they are unless they reach out to you. But on a platform like Kickstarter or your website or on a subscription site, you're having more direct contact with your readers, and you can find out like, what is it that draws them to your writing, and what is it that you want to keep doing with your writing, and is it helpful or what? It depends on what your motivations are for your writing. But for me, it's like, mine are about broken characters who face adversity, become better versions of themselves. They all basically have some trauma. So, and a lot of it comes from my own childhood. So it doesn't help anyone else. And the readers that I talk to, there's a couple of them that I email quite regularly, or they email me. I email them back. That's what draws them to the work, because that's kind of things that they've gone through. So, yeah. So I think because I'm not really thinking about retailers as being what I want my focus to be on, I don't really put as much effort into worrying about what's going on with retailers. I just make sure I get my book up there, that I maximize it as much as I can to get as many sales as possible. So like your metadata and your file size, blah, 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 right? There is another part to that. I just had it. I lost it. Oh, the marketing part. So fantasy romance is still somewhat new as a genre. And fantasy romance, romantic fantasy, these are all terms that are not necessarily interchangeable when it comes to the actual content, but they're interchangeable when it comes to readers. And what the majority have in there is more like PNR. And PNR sometimes becomes interchangeable with fantasy romance. And that's paranormal romance. I do not write paranormal romance. Paranormal romance is usually, like shifters. There's, that's a thing. But it's usually in contemporary times or somewhat closer to contemporary times. I write epic fantasy, and it's not just like the setting is different, right? It's also like a feeling. I'm trying to remember how it was put. Epic fantasy is usually about when a character makes a decision, it can affect the entire world. Where something that is, not epic fantasy, anything else outside of that, right? It could be that the decision that a character makes affects only their world, their life, their immediate family or whatever. It may not necessarily affect the whole world. Or mine has more like world-ending consequences. Usually it's epic fantasy is like world-ending consequences. So totally big difference between those two. And I have reached out to marketing companies and I've told them, and I did this a couple times last year. So I'm using the only category that's even close to mine, which is PNR, and I'm not getting the sales that I think I could get if you actually had a fantasy romance category or an epic or something that was epic fantasy or something, epic fantasy romance, not epic fantasy, but something that would incorporate that genre better. So I think fantasy romance would be better. And I either didn't get responses or I got responses like, well, there's a lot of genres out there, so we're not worried about it. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to use their promos anymore. So I've stopped using promo companies to promote my books because it just did not fit. I would look at my book, like when my book would go out with all the other promotions, I'd look at all these books and their PNRs. And I'm like, my book does not fit in here. So being a reader, if I was one who liked PNR, which I actually don't, I prefer the epic fantasy romances, or the fantasy romances, they were like, well, that's not a book that I'm interested in. So it's a combination of those things. I think I don't really pay as much attention to retailer stuff anymore. I still have my books out there, but I just don't pay as much attention as maybe I probably should. But I'm not saying that what I'm doing is right. No. Don't get that. Don't think that at all. I'm not saying that what my thought process is right. It's just my thought process for why I'm not doing these things I probably should be doing. So Mel stopped in, popping in for a second, love on the like button. I appreciate that. So I did some more digging with a better shovel and found out that if someone made a pledge before the first cutoff, then they can't add to it and also can't get a new pledge. Oh. I'm gonna email them and see if that's something that they're working on or if there's a workaround or something like that. Hold on, I got a cough. Okay. I think the last time I emailed them, it took them like a week to get back to me. But that feels like they're losing some money on the table right there. I tell you what, Raven, I mean, if there's something that you really want, just let me know. I can do, I can set something up. I'm trying to think. I am eventually going to put it on my website. So depending on what it is, if it's an e-product, I can put it on my website. That's a hidden page just so you have access to it. You can go there and get it from there. Or, whatever it is, let me know. And do you have my email address? My email address is on my YouTube channel. So if you want to email me through there, if there's something that you're really, really wanting, if it's like, you don't mind waiting until it comes out later, no worries, but just an option. I'm not sure if someone gets the pledge now, if they can't add to it or not. I don't know. I should go see if I can do a late pledge on somebody's and see what that does. But not everybody is going to enable late pledges, and they don't make it easy to understand how to enable the late pledges. Just FYI. I spent a few hours, and that was the one thing I emailed them on. I emailed them saying, if I have to do this to enable late pledges, how does that make that item available during the actual Kickstarter? And what it came down to was their word choice and the syntax. That made it so confusing. So when I finally, after a few hours of doing different things and digging into it and seeing if anybody could talk about it, like if anyone was talking about it online, no one was, because it's still rather new. I just went in there and just started playing with it. And then I realized what it was. And I was like, oh. And I went back and read what they stated for the instructions. And I was like, that is not what the instructions say. I know that sometimes instructions can be interpreted differently between different people. I know that because I used to teach college English and literature, and I'd have the same essay setup requirements and information sheet, and I would get like 2 different responses from 2 students on what they believe they understood from the instructions. So thank you. That's my husband. They're over in Virginia. Hello. Hi, Shannon and friends, working from home today. Yay. Are you guys sprinting? Almost done with the prelude to the first kiss. Oh, that's not much of a sexy scene, but I'm sure it's going to get there. Savannah Gilbo did a nice podcast about romantasy versus romantic fantasy and fantasy with the romance subplot on her podcast a couple weeks ago. So all of that is the same thing. So romantasy, romantic fantasy, and fantasy with a romance subplot is all the same thing. But what I will say, her name sounds familiar. What I will say is that in the wider web, there are fantasy, romance, romantasy, romantic fantasy authors who are talking about the differences between all those terms on their websites, and it's not correct. So, and I'm going by what Faro has developed. Faro is fantasy romance. It's a group, and it's not just fantasy romance. It also has romantic fantasy in it. So, and all authors from all of that, they're in there. Like Jenna Moresi, she's part of the group, and I've seen the conversations where she was part of the conversation about what all these terms meant and what they actually mean. So romantasy is a portmanteau, I don't know how you say that word, of romantic fantasy. So same thing. Just romantasy is easier to say than romantic fantasy or fantasy romance. So readers tend to say romantasy to cover everything. But when you're going to like put it on Amazon, okay, you have to choose what your main genre is. If you are romantic fantasy, you're writing a fantasy story with a romance subplot. So your main genre is fantasy, and then you go to romance. I write fantasy romance. It sounds backwards, but fantasy romance is a romance with a fantasy subplot. So when I put my books online, on Amazon, I choose romance first as my main category, and then fantasy. So it's definitely different when it comes to that. But in readers' estimation, romantasy is all of it. So, yeah. Hey, Morgan, how's it going? When I mentioned in my book that Emma Bell's hair piled on top of her head and pearls were strung, this is what I mean. Cool. Oh, that's not what I pictured, but that's pretty. Wow, how did they get the hair to do that? Lots of hairspray, or do they put like rods or something in there to get it that high? I don't know how they did that in the past, but they did have some pretty like towering hairstyles back then. Oh, I think most of them were wigs, weren't they? I think they were wigs. So welcome in, Morgan. That is the end of the sprints for today. I usually try to be done by 2, and I'm tired. So thank you so much for coming. Rods, pins, and combs. Okay. Figured it had to be something that they put in there. I'm like, how the heck did they do that? But it's pretty. I like the way it looks. But okay, I will be back. Well, goodbye. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, it was good. I wrote the short story. I had been thinking about it for a long time, but I wrote it yesterday, the short story. That's the What Happened Next for the Kickstarter. And I did that yesterday, and today was editing it and then doing some more brainstorming on how to reinforce the theme, because there's 3 different scenes, same perspective character, main point of view character, but 3 other people 3 different people in the other scenes. So I had to kind of pull the theme through to kind of unify all of it. So the brainstorming, I got a lot of words, like 1,900 words. The editing was like less than 400. Oh, no, wait, probably around 500 words. So, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Okay, I will be back tomorrow. Same setup with, nope, not same setup. Tomorrow is the Pomodoro sprints, but 45 minutes instead of 25 minutes with 5-minute breaks only. So the strictly timed sprints. Didn't someone say they were going to start doing sprints on Mondays? Laura said that she might start doing sprints on Mondays, but I don't know if she's doing that this week. I'm usually over in Dale's channel. Most likely that's where I'll be anyways. He goes at 5:15 my time Central. It's 6:15 Eastern. And then if I've not ran out of energy in my head, then I pop in and say hello. Usually Samantha is going, Sam, writing mom, Samantha L. Nassett, or I think that's how you say it. I usually pop in and say hello, and then I log off for the night. But yeah, but there are lots of sprints probably happening. You can check down in the description box for 2 spreadsheets to find other stuff going on in your local time zone. So, all right. Thank you everyone so much for coming, and I'll catch you guys all later. Bye.